Hello. Oh, hello. I. My God, I'm finally doing this stream. Finally. Um. Oh wait, hold on a second. I need to check on the thing. Well, I didn't mean to click that. Nope. My God, I'm finally doing this freaking stream. Like, I do want to mention before I actually hold on. I'm going to switch. I swear this is another Ace Attorney. I'm strangling Edgy Boy. Well, Edgeworth isn't in this one, so I don't know how you can do that. I have yet to play the Grace Attorney on stream. Like, well, I've played it before. I'll find a way. You can like pinpoint who like in the Grace Attorney is connected to his bloodline, then there you go. then you might have a chance, something. I have yet to play the Grace Attorney on stream, even though like I have played it with my brother, and we haven't even finished the game. Like I'm not even gonna play the second game until like my brother and I finish it, and it's gonna take me like all my power not to accidentally spoil stuff. I probably already had before, but it's fine. No one remembers. I used like flashbang, so no one knows. Now the thing, oh God, wait, okay. I just have to make sure I don't like. Okay, that's slow game, select adventure. But even though I played this before, like, I mean, this is giving me an excuse to like go back and like do the achievements, like the ones I haven't done yet, which isn't a lot, I don't think. I haven't checked, but I don't think there's any in the beginning. Don't mind the courtroom here. Don't mind that. Pay no attention. We playing the freaking Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Also, like, just before the stream started, I had, like, this stupid, like... Oh, wait. Hold on. This will work. Yes! I'm na Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm able to just switch to him any given point. Ah, it's stuck. No! I'm forever Runo! Frick! Oh wait, I didn't like fix it. Unpress, unrelease. Unrelease. Is it? Yes, I fixed it. I am r/smart. No, I'm not. What? Why isn't that working? Huh? Do I have to have you over? Wait a second. I think I know why. It's because of that. Why? No, it's working. Having like a breakdown. dun, dun. Wait, what's Oh, no. Let's just get right into... Look it!
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
God dang it, Bruno, you freaked up. You freaked up. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. He freaked up. We done goofed. Oh. Oh wait, yeah, because I played this. I think I can like skip dialogue quickly. Ah, frick. Oh, dang it. Okay, I had to make sure that the audio was like actually good, because because of this game being like a bit weird, like I have to press G every time like I go over to like my other monitor, or else it's gonna click stuff. And also the audio, there's no like slider to like adjust the audio, which is unfortunate. But it's okay. We will find a way. It's all good. Where in the freaking world? Okay. This, that. Okay, let's freaking go. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? You cooked. Ah, frick. Where's my PNG? What are you looking at? Punk? Wanna fight? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Sorry. Freak off. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Imagine just like Phoenix Wright opened up to this, like, being accused of murder. And which he was at some point. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer. Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Thank you. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing? Why are you apologizing to me for? I'm gonna have a stroke. I'm gonna have a stroke, Kazuma, that's what. That's why I'm apologizing. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. That's not impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, thank you for the follow. Lo-Fi247. Oh wait, what in the world? Ow. This like bonked my head. Congratulations. Oh my god, can I speak today? Can I speak? Can I freaking word today? For God's sake, hold on, I'm gonna get... I'm already like tongue tied up. I need to like do some like freaking tongue twisters. La la la. Word. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to stay abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's only some mysterious aura blowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. I'm gonna have a stroke. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocated for the defense and this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. He has like, I don't know, his face is just like, doesn't know what's going on. Hey mage, I've been accused of murder. Or Bruno has. It's freaking great out here. I'm like adjusting the audio to make sure it ain't fricked up. Nice. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may... yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensics medicine at Yume University. And I am Firelight, and I am having a stroke. I can't speak today. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Usogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Yeah, totally. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Usogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Ah, frick! Oh, come on! Oh my god, I'm dying here. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Usogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then, what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead into a conviction. I'm gonna have a stroke. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I forgot about this. What, am I marrying someone? I do. But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Usogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving, there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. My god. Frick off. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of staying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. And decide it will. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the looks of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. Oh, the powers that be. I'm gonna have a stroke. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, there is a cat trying to break in. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Y'all just hear them yapping. I'm not gonna... Okay, I'm back. Actually, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Ba 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 ba. Oh my god, did I just choose the wrong day to stream this? That my throat's just like, yeah, no. Actually, no, that's every freaking Ace Attorney thing. Never mind. It's just a normal occurrence. Okay. It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. My god. Yo, chat, we're cooked. Da, da. We are cooked. Okay. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. It's freaking ouchie. Holy frick. Me and the ancestor of freaking Winston and Gasp in Pain. Heck yeah. as is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point in order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Runo's just like, just stay focused. It's gonna be okay. You're fine. Normal procedures is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? What if we just wait and see? Hold on. I'm gonna like save in 14. I'm gonna wait and just be found not guilty right on the spot. Kazuma's the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. I can't defend myself. Yeah, true. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. His stupid face, I love it. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. There's no time for lies. I'm sorry, like, the way he just, like... Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who would advocate for his defense. My god. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikitoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? I'm just checking. I keep checking stuff. He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. No, we do. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that. Really, it's just that. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. The airbending, like, powers is just, like, with Kazuma, because his freaking, like, headband. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikitoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. He's me for real. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought here before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Holy frick, there's two of me. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. E. My immersion is ruined. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. You just have to press E for the court record. Alright? There's no time to lose. And it changes, so yeah, you can't even look at the court record right away. It literally, like, as soon as, like, you get to that point, it'll, like, switch. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Okay. I know what I'm doing, Kazuma. I'm looking at this now. Kazuma Sogi, 23, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, 42, medical school professor at Imperial University, Yume University. His authority in forensics medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aochi, 51, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have a little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. And John H. Wilson, 47, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. But first, my badge. No! Let me look at my badge! Let me look at my pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on my collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred at a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Time of death. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Nah. I'm going to be silly with it. I'm going to accuse you.
Yes!
Raise my freaking hand. The victim was none other than Kazuma Sogi. Oh, then why is that pompous-looking boy with the blowing headband still there standing next to you? The pompous-looking... Oops. Doesn't do that justice. Not content with having killed Dr. Wilson now, you're claiming my murder as well. I haven't killed anyone. Then concentrate and actually read the court record before you answer. I have, Kazuma. It's just I want to get silly with it. I must say, you're not instilling the court with much confidence here. Quickly, give him the correct answer before he turns his gavel on you. Find the victim in the people section. Nah, frick you, it's Yujin. It's actually a ghost. The victim's name is... Stop. He's like, I'm not dealing with this man. You're just saying a random name that you come across in the court record, aren't you? How did you guess? It's blatantly obvious from your wide-eyed look of bewilderment. I must say, you're not instilling much confidence here. No. Okay, I wonder. Okay, it was Mr. Ouchie. The victim was none other than Suchi Ouchie. Then who's the uptight, bespectacled top-knot standing opposite? Who's a bespectacled top-knot? Sorry, for some reason that just came out, even though I know it's wrong. Perhaps you're unaware that I'm a master of the ancient no-style sword art. A pathetic little child like you would be sliced to pieces before you even came close to taking my life. I wouldn't provoke that proud Edo spirit who might draw his blade on you. I thought courtroom sparring was supposed to be done with words. Why the frick does Kazuma have his sword then? Alright. Nah, it was freaking me. I died on the inside. Ryunosuke killed me.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Man, it took you long enough. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Nah. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policy markers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Oh no, not the Englishman. Also noticed the avatar changed to look good. Thanks. I even, oh frick, wait. How many do I have? Oh, I have 4. And then I have this one that I made last minute. From like a doodle I did of Renosuke. I can just like have a breakdown. Holy frick, Kazuma, there's 2 of me! Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. What an unfortunate circumstance. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. He multiplied! Freaking mitosis just happened right before our eyes. Yeah, we're on a freaking dinner date with freaking Kazuma. Frick this. And then right after, just like, oh man was murdered. Great. Dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Can't just say partner to me, man. The British Empire. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. And he done goofed up there. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. I can't stroke. How did this professor of medicine, John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Renosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. I'm presenting my freaking badge. Frick you. Hold on, wait. No, I'm presenting my pin. Frick you guys.
Yes!
The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this. And on what basis do you present this evidence? Well, because it was in the court record, of course. Slow down. Why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, no. My pin's more relevant than anything. Well, now that you say that, I suppose pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death. Please, Kazuma, we are best friends. You cannot, like, freaking cooked. Yikes, he sounds and looks deadly serious. Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Alright, wait, hold on. I need to, like, make sure. Yeah, okay.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry. Yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. That's a really sucky way of doing it. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. Ah, yes you will. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. I'm having a stroke. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Finally! Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Usogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Jeez. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma, even though I bungled it like 2 times. Or multiple. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Nah, that ain't happening. If only you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. The airbending. Hasanaga! This poor man. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hasanaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Excuse for me coughing up blood. I have a buckwheat allergy. Are you alright? You seen me coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. I'm surprised this man ain't dead. He has a forever allergy to buckwheat. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, in an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hasanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Frick off. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else at the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I'm getting silly with it. Putting up his nerd glasses. I'm gonna wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gone to Yuma University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. What is with this slouching kind of pose he does? And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Raise my freaking hand. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? Don't call me out. I'm gonna chuck my blue badger plush at you. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hasanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. That's some nonsense right there. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, if you're clearly a very conspicuous waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He It's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. He's having a coughing fit. Someone get a doctor. It's his buckwheat allergy. Oh my god, this poor man. Help him! Someone, God! He's gonna die on the spot. We're gonna have another, like, death here. What's with that? So, the court has now heard the precise of the case. I can't, precise word of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Actually, hold on. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial that today. Before we do that, yo, I wanna, like, look at this. What does that say? Frick. Entrance, kitchen. My god. I want to see the front of the business card, though. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial that day. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court was willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. My god. Ouchie. Screw off. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Kazuma's like, the frick you mean? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor. You've said it, Professor Mikitoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Or are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. I'm gonna word. There's so many people talking. Cobalt coin guy. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Aisa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find myself as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effluences of our nation, Nippon. and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kirio Korikuta, at your service. I was gonna do the Yoda voice, but then I realized I don't know Yoda. I don't know. I'm gonna just do whatever. But there's like, at some point, his voice is gonna change, and it's gonna be like something that my brother and I would joke about all the time. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing! Very much. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea to the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding my curos, with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Don't worry, he's gonna be very helpful in the future. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman there who unloaded his firearms. I'm sorry. Yo, what the heck was that noise? Was that Nah, it can't be. This can't be like that in there. Nah. Okay, it was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. From the get-go, man, like freaking we're cooked. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report. I'm sorry. Standing by ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden cuiro to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Well, we already know our first contradiction. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious Kiro. Kurio? I don't know, Kurio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. He has a knife. I'm scared for my life now. I'm scared for my life. He has a knife. What time we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed but in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. You fool! You absolute buffoon! After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there is obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. This stupid freaking man just raising his hands. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its rights to cross-examination. Absolutely flabbergasted. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Be afraid, Ouchie. Be freaking afraid. Kazuma is so commanding. My god. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in the cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means... Word. You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has said... What the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. What you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That pathetic slap. Like... Alright then. It's all for nothing. It's all or nothing. Leh. I already know the contradiction, but I do want to, like,
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast-iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Can you stop raising your hand like we're in class? Attention! Cutlet's delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and then when you're released from prison, try it! Oh, I shall. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Wah. Wah. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Extolling the virtues of particularly fine golden Curio.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Same here, let's move on. A Kaban boy. Kaban? You mean an Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Oe period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent consignee appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, who you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier will have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond of the midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his brazel veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
You did not, you liar. You were eating your steak. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. We got him! And double arg! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've got to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniform varsity cadet. My god. I'm sorry, sir. You saw me do what now?
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back, and you called yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. Oh my god, I love his stupid little face. No thought, head empty, doesn't know what the frick he's doing. What is it, Ryunosuke? Yeah, okay, no, actually, it actually does kind of look like he's looking at, like, Kazuma, like, God freaking help me, man, I don't know. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witnesses just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it into the witness's face and make him choke on it! Oh my god! Nah. No.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Sparing the arthritis. I was in... Sparing the arthritis. I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Kaban, of course! The exigent Hoei-era Kaban coin! My coin! My freaking coin! Mother fricker! I can't do the screech voice without it going whack as heck if I do it. It's gonna be like god awful. My precious coin, god dang it. What else? Okay. Koban, of course. Feral old man. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Kaban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. He was shot. You heard the gunshot, you mean? No, none other than. Though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed, myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies located in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is given testimony by pressing E. Immersion broken again. Go through each witness statements and details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart! Sir. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Pursue the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness statements over and over again as many times as you'd like. Even though, like, everyone's gonna be sick and tired of it. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. I really just want to, like, present some evidence to see what the heck it says, you know? Actually, wait, hold on. I'm gonna... I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna present my badge just to screw with everyone.
Yes!
That statement is clearly odd. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. What do you mean? Also, I want to look at this real quick. Satoru Hasunaga, 29, the head waiter of European-style restaurant La Carnival. He was serving there on the day of the incident. Isanosa, 38, army sergeant of the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident. And Kiryo Korikuta, 67, the owner Rasute, an antique shop situated on a street corner in the 2nd district. He is a witness to the incident. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Paying no attention, Your Excellency. As you wish. Now kindly lower your hand. Never, not until I prove that I'm innocent here. Yeah, that was worth it. I'll take that. Fire from the back, you say?
Yes!
I presented the right evidence. Y'all don't go silent on me. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Kid stroke. What nonsense? What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. You're a freaking English major, for God's sake. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating! Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Isinosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Don't look to freaking Kazuma for help. Do it yourself, man. Take a close look at the print. Oh my god, the music, Kazuma's theme. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Yo! There's a baby! What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... Little baby! Oh, it's just a little baby. It's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Just chilling. He just vibing. Firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proving one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Isinosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Kjörg! Baby! There's a little baby! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from this one discrepancy. Holy frick, turnabout. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Holy frick, he said the thing. Roll credits, guys. Ba-ba. Like freaking Steel Samurai music starts playing. But I definitely saw him. That's University Cadet's hit there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoi era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case my hat had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshots, you mean? Indeed I did! I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my abscond Toei treasure! Nothing could distract me! This freaking old man's like, my freaking coin! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Zoe Kaban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. Yo, he's so going to kill him. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Nah, frick that. We're gonna take this a long while. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. I can't speak. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? I haven't even met the man. He already hates me. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise upon their ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy! I'm sorry, Your Honor. I had to bring my son with me to the courtroom. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was just discharged, it's almost the same thing. No, it ain't. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreman he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. There's like some freaking conspiracy of this third lady.
Yes!
Oh, I didn't even get to read that. I was talking about the woman. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. I'm gonna have a stroke. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. It's a freaking conspiracy, Ryunosuke. They don't. Like I'm saying this as a freaking joke. Like, women aren't real. Like, they're not real. No.
Objection!
She doesn't exist, Ryunosuke. You're making her up. It's a freaking conspiracy, a fib in your head. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evidence beyond by all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is that a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed, the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. This case, despite it being like the first one, it's just like, oh my god, it's so freaking long with how you have to explain everything, if I remember. Frick this steak, frick this. Wait. I'm like trying to like refresh my mind because at some point it was just like I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. I swear to God, because if I'm not making this freaking thing up. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh in the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Teksuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Head in hands, shaking like, we're cooked. We're cooked, we're cooked. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. It's all a conspiracy. Now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Nah, I'm taking my sweet time. Rules can be so unbending at times. The true culprit. And the cat's screaming at me. Great. Look at the little baby. I'll be right back. E. Okay. Ah, frick. No, I forgot I have to, like, do this. No, that's not what I want. Nope. Dun, 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 dun. Where in the world? Dun, dun. Okay. Go back to Nosa. More visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. My god, I wish I had like...
Yes!
Screw you guys. Screw you. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady. There was a lady there. I swear to God, there was a woman. Like, it wasn't a ghost.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I'm feeling a growing callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hata Clinic. Clink. I said clink, like what? I'm losing it. Hata Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to present this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on this case. I wonder, what do you think, Renosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? I want to submit it. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to this arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's almost a disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay, what was this about now? What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore the things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. My god. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikatsu-san. Also, I think like the VA for like Ouchie is freaking like Johnny Test's dad or something. 'Cause it sounds just like him. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Okay, first off, I'm gonna look at the evidence. We'll save, then look at the evidence. What? Broski, let me read! You won't let me read? I forgot, like this also is just like, hey, you can't do anything. Frick you. Cause of course. Oh, look at the back of this card. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there was only a single beef steak on this victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. No, I need to go check on something. He? Where is... Okay, wait, okay, there we go. Wait. Wait, what did I freaking press? I can't freaking... Oh my god, I'm stupid. I'm gonna press on the last thing and hope... Ah, nope, never mind. Excellent work, Randusuke. You've gleaned some information now. Thanks, man. No, like, no, it's great. And it's all fine. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got there. Oh, you mean this? Oh my god, thank you. Like, freaking read. Yes. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice some of the piece of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the only ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow keys! Use up, right, up, left, down, right arrow keys to examine, to move it around. Holy frick, technology. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. WASD. Oh my god. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use... anything that looks suspicious. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Oh, there's something there. Why is there a cat screaming at me? No, I'm looking at evidence. Hold on. Okay. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine that give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. I like how there's no check mark for it. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used the laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Well, thank God. Okay. Oh wait, since we can now. That's W, not E. Oh, look at some. Yes! I can look at this now! This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the movements following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly! That's not all. Look here in this upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use these complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Oh, what do we have here? Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Bureau, I don't know. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it? It says the witness's name here. Sotaro Hasanaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh, a Chief Inspector Sotaro Hasanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have lots of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. You mother fricker. Anything else I can inspect? Wait till you say— wait! I can look at my badge now! Look at it! My pin. I have the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most of the emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems, lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps there's the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget to not forget that. But it's so easy. Sir, you need to keep better track of your stuff. That's the pin number. Okay, so furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the only personnel present. Englishman dining out by himself. Northern black uniform cadet. No, frick. I haven't done anything. Do I have to go through all this again? No, frick off. Oh wait, because we just have what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? The crucial point is, the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. That fact has not yet brought to the court's attention. That's right, thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Okay. Point is gun at the foreman. But he couldn't have.
Yes!
Screw you guys. Well, I think, what are you wittering, lad? Can you call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. I think we're cooked, Kazuma. I think we're cooked thoroughly. Just like that beef steak that was mentioned earlier. Alright. And now I'm having a stroke. Alright. Thanks for the advice. Korikatsu-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What's of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. If it was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant, whatever he may or may have done before that time is completely irrelevant. but that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness's testimony the court has heard has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could possibly have... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst has petrified me, petrified me, boy. Oh, I hope it did. Hope you had a freaking heart attack. For God's sake. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat. So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Korikatsu-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Yo, Cobalt Corn got angry! Korikatsu-san is angry. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations! Just look at this photographic evidence! You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table!
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves only one crucial conundrum. One very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Council? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! I'm going to save and just be silly with it. Yo, it was him. It was the victim. The victim himself, obviously! What? Rinosuke, come on, pull yourself together. The victim couldn't have been eating all at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh, yes, of course. I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you have even stunned the judge with that ludicrous answer. He's flabbergasted, Rinosuke. Alright then, I can use his state of shock to give me time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right. Sorry. Person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... It was me.
Yes!
I think it may have been me! I'm sorry, the music! What? It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well! That's a bee sting on a crying face! Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. And some people think they can say whatever they like. Ryonosuke. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. Next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. Alright, I get the message. Yeah, it's the two. I bet it was the sergeant, the antique dealer, Noso-san and Korakatsu-san. Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I'd share rations with this discrepant graybeard? Insulting me by associating me with this British carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You addle-brained idiot! I had my own regulation beefsteak before me at my own table. And as any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. It would seem you may need to reconsider your answer, Counsel. Of course, Your Excellency. I love these answers so much. They're so freaking stupid. Yeah, it was me. Like, I'm surprised everyone wasn't flabbergasted with that. And as yet unknown third party. Holy frick, there was a woman there. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. Clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You wouldn't take on the you would take on the government. By God. Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentleman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Koikatsu-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? Ah, heck. What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Ah, yes they did. Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Yeah, I want Hatsunaga in here right freaking now. Order! Council, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with inconsiderable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whether whoever it was really did wield his or her power over here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it is proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing! He's right, Your Honor, he really didn't know anything. And what does the defense have to say about all of this, well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. You got this. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hasanaga-san! Hasanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
A poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hasanaga-san's real identity has proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hasanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. Why isn't my thing working? Oh wait, it's the other key. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? That's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before! Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? I was surprised. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hasanaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be... I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hasanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshots, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I'm guessed to be a gentlewoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. I don't think I'm saying it right, but whatever, frick this. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? Man, frick this court. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue the idea. Ah, frick off, man. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. Oh. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidates for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jesely Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? Nonsense, ouchie, nonsense. And I'm freaking tired of it. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Let's just have her on the stand! Let her freaking testify! Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case present at the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was standing alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hatsunaga? Yes, sir? You will locate this Jessie Brett and escort her to the courtroom to the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. Dang, what happened to fire? My toast has happened, and so there's two Ryunosuke's. Ryunosuke. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Don't mind me having a coughing fit. Like, there are two of them? This is out of hands. Nothing will get in my way. Don't frick this up, Hatsunaga, I swear to God. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jessie Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Frick this courtroom, frick this. To be continued, we're gonna keep continuing because I want to see the woman. We are going to meet this Jessie Brett. Mother fricker. There's always a third person. Wasn't it like 9? It was 9 o'clock. Oh my god, it's been like, it's been 2 hours. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat. Your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. 2 hours and 39, actually, yeah. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That fate has other plans for you. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jessie Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. For God's sake, no one listens. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, he was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Is it updated? No, he's still a waiter. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. I still don't understand, like, how there's, like, wind. And his freaking headband's still going, bro. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikatoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your stay towards Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to stay overseas anyway. What? What are you saying? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me, yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I'm having a stroke! Once again! The other Ryunosuke is gonna die here. And he is dead. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. Oh my god, I'm a stroke. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal. I'm gonna have a stroke here, I swear to God. Disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand for me at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's go back to it. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm pretty sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I'd like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when a new treaty breaks down our nation's founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the papers it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Oh, shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You shut up, you top knot. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jesley Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! He really just bonked his head like... Le bonk. Bro is done with life. He so is. Look at her! Oh my god, it's a freaking woman. Oh my god, the music. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion can take place without tea. Oh my freaking god. I love this game. Is that true? No idea. Bro roasted the British with one line! And there's gonna be more! So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the courts? Of course. My name is Satoru Hasanaga. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at... Yes, we all know all about you already. Inspector Hasanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Number 2. Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Guilty as charged, bro. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Yo, any of y'all, like, I don't speak cursive. What the frick? Ma'am, can you please? Right, these peeps don't know enchanting table language. Weak. They don't know. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Oh my god, he knows it. He knows how to speak the enchanting table. The lady says her name is Jeslie Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British Empire. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. She insulted him, like, in, like, that instance, like, the first time. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. That was a lot more words than yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your repellent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. I call nonsense. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all! Cry, you filthy wretch! Jesus! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could have a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it! No, Ryu! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day! You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentleman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. With such wonderful logic, that a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Okay.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just a tooth removed at a Hata clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate this steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. Yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? Oh, wait. No thought, head empty. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Rinosuke. ordered a beef steak for myself and Professor. A glass of carbonated water. Why is there only one glass, though? I'm gonna press the thing onto this, because I can't remember for the life of me. Like... Because I mean, there's only one glass. Where's the other glass?
Yes!
Yeah, there we go. That's it! Holy frick, Eureka! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defendant's inability to express itself. Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But that's true. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Minitua? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of the glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minitua, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me that you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all. She's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. No, mother fricker, you are not sorry! There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? Good sir, this is not just mischief, this is a murder of great importance between the freaking relations of the countries. Mischief is just not up there. What? No, this can't be put down to mischief of just stealing a glass and murdering someone. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. You had to hit it somewhere, man. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... Dun, 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 dun. The handbag, I mean, because, like, that's what we're trying to figure out. Where could she have hidden the gun? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. Sorry, I've been explaining to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had the feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jessie Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the other one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! We got him. Totally. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Oh, I forgot the order stuff, whatever. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bludgeoning incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. You freaking kidding me now, Ouchie? Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Yo, help them! Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Of course. I ain't got no faith when, like, you're trying to conceal witnesses, bro. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hasanaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Alright, we have the freaking... Yeah, long enough to no, frick you, man. Glass in there. Then there was handbag. Then there's the weird thing on his hand. Weird tattoo, man, I gotta say. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma's in shambles. Think, man. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must see you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weaker meet while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, we'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is a handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. Oh, there's a lot of problems with the evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has now undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over in immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hasnaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Wait. Okay, so hold on. I need to make sure on something so I don't just... Yo, look at this.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what a new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Yeah, you won't believe it, man. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. Right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't know it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Nah, frick you. What's your thinking on this, Rinosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to price this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is a little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn of the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Oh my god. It's not that.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in the photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? You know, like...
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Ah. Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark for La Carnival. Oh, he's shocked now. He's like, frick, I missed something? Man, I suck. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say... Oh wait, that's Hasanaga, not Ouchie. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. It's etched into his hand forever. He got a new tattoo. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, Anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate before anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt that we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. It's a trap! There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was asleep. Nah, yeah, dude was like, he had an all-nighter last night, or the night before. It was great. Yeah, noticed the burn. I'm kind of like, yes, the professor, being as absent-minded as usual, was unaware of his hand falling into the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burning happening. You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are labeling him as a bumbling scatterbrain. How about I told your wrist on a hot plate and we'll see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes. Jesus! Perhaps the scream you let out will wake you up in a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that! This is a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things around in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. There's only one explanation I could think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. Now he fell asleep! Yes, the professor, with his tendency to nod off, was asleep when his hand fell onto the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are labeled him as a dim-witted dozer. How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we'll see if you can sleep through it. Perhaps the scream you let will wake you up in a bit. It's nice that there's this frankness developing. Oh, that's just the same thing, like, you call him, like, dim-witted, hand on plate. You call him just, like, just dozing off, hand on plate. He was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's and madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, and absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. You gonna talk now? What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helped relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter till now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. Man! Evil. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so generously afford us. Ouch, are you kidding me? I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The absolute disrespect, I'm going to end her whole career. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Okay, well, you're not wrong on that last bit. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim Vern is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Well, it seems to me he's weak in the knees. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? I don't think this is... Yeah, no, it's not. Smack your face, Ryunosuke. You got this. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. From what I remember, I don't think this is the end. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Okay. Evil woman. You can't trust a word she says. Okay, I'm gonna die on the spot. Okay. Okay, when the waiter brought my steak. I don't care about your steak. I'm gonna have to press on everything. Say don't load anything. Okay.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullets from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. Oh wait, hold on. I want to like look at this real quick. Oh, where is she? There she is. Jeslie Brett, 24, British exchange student who was studying under the victim at Yuma University Medical School. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist in a hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to prove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur, Prosecutor Ouchie is right. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, but see, I already know. It's just like, do we have everything? I think we do. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna double check this. Regular dental work. Eating or drinking anything but water. What's going on with his teeth? Record of some kind of medical treatment. Entry for the day Preston was killed. Okay, tooth out. Anesthesia in. I don't like how the check mark doesn't show up. No. That's the date. That's the notice. Medical report required for every visit. I'm just like trying. I unless they like have, or oh wait, it'd be like a statement or something. Bro, what did you have in the glass?
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there was always a telltale trace on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasanaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There will be physical traces of with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question! And for every time I hear like a sweet young lady like being innocent in like in these games, I'd be rich. On my honor, I, Teksuchi Ouchi, will cut down anyone who dares cast aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. So that of course, this country's fear investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it anyway. You're not wrong, because it's just post-mortem reports, not actual autopsy reports.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days before the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yo! It doesn't even occur to you your naive detectives tried to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful! Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Guy's buckwheat allergy. Help him. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clues somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that had been bothering me. Bothering you? What you mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga, the detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Alright. This is the silly little mechanic they have in this game. Because instead of having one witness at the stand, you'll have multiple. And most of them will react to certain people's, like, freaking things.
Yes!
Inferior. Okay, so...
Wait.
Yo, let me look over. He's coughing. Oh, okay, there we go. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been at the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. You can see the thought bubble above his head. It's quite extraordinary. With this new game mechanic. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness's marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. I'm so sorry, like my immersion. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move that marker across with AD and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Yo. Hey.
Excuse me.
Yeah, what's the meaning of this? Sorry for screaming, man. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. You looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Attention!
What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Am I? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why Satoru Hasanaga, always strive to make every investigation that I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Look at him! He's so proud of himself for stealing evidence. For preserving the crime scene. Oh god, I think I might be allergic to buckwheat as well. Oh no, Frank! I'm sorry! A crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remark touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be amongst the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. You keep telling yourself that, man. Can't say I condone with the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Give me that carbonated water. That's totally just water. I'm just gonna like spill all this out, don't mind me. Cork is off, so. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. You could just say that, man. So this is carbonated water and it's the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. No, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Fire, fire, oh no. What do you mean, oh no? What? What? I wonder, could there be anything in this water? You know what, that VTuber that tried to name women? Yeah. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Her alien species is born from crystal. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna ask her the question. No. I'm gonna cry. I'm chucking this bottle at you. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. What the fudge? Spilling all this water out. Sorry guys, all the evidence is gone. There's nothing left. Oh my god, frick this case. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. I've lost my voice, frick. Which one was it? Which one was it? That I have to freaking present this bottle to. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no positive deaths besides the gunshot. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me. Yo, if he like drank something then like, you know.
Yes.
Chucking this bottle at you, ma'am. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's no one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank this from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Hasanaga's like, holy frick, wait a minute. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor, able to slip the poison into his drink? There was only one person who could possibly have done it. Jesserly Brett, it was you!
Objection!
Trip, no! This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself now? Man. Have you forgotten that we have only just signed a accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? like Kazuma said earlier, why the frick did we have to write it down on parchment then? If it was gonna be torn this easily by a freaking murder that happened.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you before this. This was. Oh. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! My brother and I kept joking about this all the time. Like, dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You drank the... You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. We couldn't find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief of Coroner himself. No! No! No, so it's poison. Poison. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pressure was all ours. You can shut up, ouchie. My god, you can shut up. I'm gonna have a stroke. Wait a minute. I swear to God, Trip. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. Nope. As the prosecutor have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who by his own admission was holding this weapon is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Heck yeah! Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikatoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikatoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, She appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I can't freaking speak. I can't remember like how many parts there were to this case. Hold on. If this is the this is part 3. I think this might be the last part. Hold on. I'm gonna okay, hold on. Oh freak, what was it? Yeah, the Adventure of the Great Departure. Da, 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 da. Okay, yeah, no, there's 3 parts. This is the last part. Okay, we're doing this. I'm finishing this. For like other cases, I'm not gonna be like doing like those, because these cases are freaking long. It's already 4 hours. This is usually like where the case ends. Maybe at 2 hours. But we're at like 4 hours right now, but like I'm gonna keep going because frick this lady. Except for you, Susato, you are amazing. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. Judicial assistant to the defense. But why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? A woman, no less! Oh, you shut up. Back off. Ouchie, I'm gonna fight you. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Oh, look at it right there! Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Jessie Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Okay. Special characteristics of Cure and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom! I'm gonna fight you, ouchie. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. Thank you, Susato. You are a blessing. Give me the book! A poison made from the bark of certain trees in jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. That's on the synopsis. Special characteristics. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such that is inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have been of application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. So this is probably like one of the worst things I've ever seen in a case. Like, oh my god, the dude literally died. Like, he didn't just instantly die. He was paralyzed and was slowly just suffocating. Yeah, okay, and now we gotta wait like 2 hours for me to like point this out to everyone. Yeah, oh god, yeah, it's a freaking oh god there. Dude was paralyzed and then was suffocating and you couldn't do anything about it. That's god awful. You have had enough, long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Jessie Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for the toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? You kidding me, bro? This is like a really dark way to die. Oh my god, I have to bring that up to my brother when I have to like remind my brother about that. Order! Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribal people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims the animals shot by arrows laced with career suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Carrera was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in its muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effect would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. After a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That is... oh my god! When I first saw this, I was like, oh my god, this is the most god-awful thing to ever happen. What the fudge? That's hideous! To the observer, it would look almost as if the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments will be a living heck. That is the true nature of this deadly career poison. Well, this got dark. Yeah. Ace Attorney would not wait. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. I mean, it makes sense. It would put, like, more... If it can't be tested here, then how can you be sure that anyone put it in there? Well, like, we can't test ourselves, but it's like, freaking, what? It's good for anyone who's like, oh, I know what this poison is, and I know what it does, but you don't. So they can't really trace it to anyone. If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... It is you who must be taught. British woman angry. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. I think I'm also taking the poison. Yeah, at first, like, before I knew about Hasanaga's stinking allergy, my brother and I were like, did he drink the poison? And then that was brought up, and it's like, oh. No, he didn't. Or I hope to God he didn't. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules! That freaking, like... shut up! Like... Mother frick... Like, shut up, my god. It's breaking the rules? Man, why are we here then? Someone broke the rules. Someone killed a man. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? No, I forgot about this. No. You are not having the bottle. You are a witness on the stand. You are not allowed to have this. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? No, Your Honor, please! Please, Your Honor! Yoshi's gotta drink it! Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. My god! Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. Except for Hasanaga! I didn't realize, like, Hasanaga's just, like, stone-faced, like, yeah, I did just pour that freaking, like, sparkling water filled with poison. So, no Carrere. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? I know why she ain't dying from it. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Nah, man. Special characteristics. Mother fricker. The poison. But why she ain't not dead? Because she has no injury in the freaking mouth. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water. No, it contains poison. It contains poison. Poison! He spits it out. The culprit did put Carrera poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence that we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if defense Trillions intends to assert its claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? It's this. Yes. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation? No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impure young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. We will direct this to the pertinent section council. Ah, frick my chapstick. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Be special characteristics, because it's only like freaking entry wound, I think. Wait, hold on. I'm double checking before like I picked the wrong one. Hunter prey. Yeah, it's yeah, special characteristics. Yippee. We've been hearing a lot about this Carrera poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please! But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Carrere enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Carrere's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Eat dirt. You meddling little rapscallion! She's angry. Yeah, I didn't realize how like my voice is just like when I scream. It says E. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. Oh my god. Frick off. Also, the swan's alive. Why do you have a live swan on your head? But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. Little boy, ma'am, you are 1 year older than him. Little boy. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw. Yet, as even your brain has managed to deduce, Kira is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus? What? Sucus? He's doing the thing! Oh my god, they are freaking related. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers. What are they? I'm gonna cry. So, this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. And this is where, like, we're just like, oh my god. Bro, y'all forgot he had an injured mouth. Or he had surgery. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I understand that everyone here is freaking stupid. Order! Order in the court! Order! Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this career poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. I'm gonna die on the spot. Frick you. Back to being Runo again. That's right. Surely a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that? What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey! That's one way to put it.
Objection!
Motherfricker, I object! Frick you! I don't think so, Miss Jesley Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die on the spot. Oh my god, can my microphone not, like, be whacked today? What the fudge? Okay. I'm saving it here. I realized that you guys can see my time, like my thing in real, like my actual time in real time because I'm saving. Like 10:42. As we now know that this poison is clearly harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curer? Oh my god. Do I have to spell it out for you? God dang.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of Carrera only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Oh my god. My throat. So that's it. Oh my god. No, no, that's not it. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh! No! You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! No! What is it? What just happened? This English woman, she just smashed that bottle! In the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect about as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful cup under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Oh my god, she's so evil! Evil, evil, mother fricker! Oh my god. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle. Or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Carrere. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is... Okay, but what if... Gun hats! That swan's alive. Is that swan a gun? The swan's a gun. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? Holy frick, my brain. Quickly, someone get a scalpel. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Nah. Nah, I think he's going crazy, just like how earlier he was crazy about there being a woman. Which there was. But who knows? I mean, he might be just going... Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking about over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Renosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memory of that day. Whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is...
Take that!
Inspector Hasanaga, answer me this! Riddle me this, Batman! Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jesily, Brett, I beg your pardon!
Objection!
Oh my god. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense! Is the court ever seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? Holy frick, Hasanaga. This could be the moment of my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Is she, like, crying? Holy frick, Hasanaga redemption arc? Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Justice! Are you related to Bobby? And justice we freaking trust. Mother fricker. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't! Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! The blood! The freaking blood man! Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. Leisure, whatever. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Give me the steak. Give me the freaking steak. I'm gonna eat it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Gun hat. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Jesus. I couldn't agree more. Okay. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at court proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. We're not I'm just gonna... What the heck? Ouchie. My god. I'm gonna cry. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Oh, I will... Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Okay, so here's like the weird thing about like when examining the steak, right? We're gonna have to examine this twice. Oh my god, is my Wi-Fi dying? Please, no. Please, OBS, don't die on me, I swear to God. Here's the weird thing about this steak. We have to like examine it twice at some point. Like, so we're gonna examine it right now. Is it just a figment of imagination? Nah. Yeah, look at the steak. Yo, what's that? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I mean, what? I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Coin the steak. Holy frick, gambling. Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from those meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Isn't this the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban? I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. Wait, what? Did I hear gambling? No! Yo guys, if you order a steak from this place, you might find a coin underneath your steak. It's crazy. It's like a rare chance though. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... I never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. Yo, let's go gambling. Hopefully we find a freaking ancient coin underneath my steak. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. The logical explanation is... we're stupid. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Yo! Korikatsu-san is gonna be, like, both amazed and also angry to find his steak there. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? No, there's another clue. That's not the steak. That's, I know whose steak it is. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. It really is. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steaks. Yeah, cause like, wasn't his steak untouched? No, he didn't have a steak. Jesli had a piece of steak. But there's another person in the restaurant that had steak too. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to return a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the core of what you are alluding. Where precisely in this player's beef steak is the new clue to be found. Lift up the steak. Go through all this because we already went through this before. Korikatsu-san is gonna be... Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Bro, how do you put a coin? What?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Kaban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Kaban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now, even though I never had it.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's doing under that steak. The owner. Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Kaban that was found underneath the beef steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer owner of Ratsute, Kirio Korikatsu-san. Kiri, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Kaban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei Arrow Kaban, my prize coin! My god. Just wants his coin, man. Then this Hoei Arrow Kaban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why would Korikatsu-san's Kaban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikatsu-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Kaban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Holy frick, the whole gang is here. All 5. Ah, there goes the baby. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. Has a knife again. Anyone cast from this courtroom, myself and I became ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set in this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korikato-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as Ratsute memory serves, have you ever seen this? Yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one that is! Ido's face! It's just killing me. His father got stabbed on the foot! His foot is just freaking... frick. They're really thick boots. Don't worry, it's okay. The resplendent, splendiferous Zoe treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Oh, it wasn't misplaced. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this descript fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the season's meats juices. Sandwiched, soaking, seriously? Seriously, for real. Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Yo, I wonder who. Hold on, I'm gonna like check something real quick. Okay, wait, okay. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Yeah. Somebody concealed my Hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an inconsiderable thing! Feral old man about to fight. He gonna kill a man. I mean, he stabbed someone with his own knife on accident, but excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hasanaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We want to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent to undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korokatu-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? Korokatu-san's like, give me the name. Give me the name right now. I'm gonna find them. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korokatu-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? I'm starting drama in this courtroom and I love it.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Isanosa! What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Kaban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido is the master! Don't blame your son on this! What would your wife think? I mean, everyone was like, what the fudge? Baby did it. The baby did it. Holy frick. Wait, we just get like a freaking like... yes, I don't know, sir. Oh, wait, yeah, okay, I forgot. Sata Mikitoba, 16, Judicial Assistant to Defense Lawyer, Kazuma Asogi. Forgot about that. It wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all of this. Do you really blame a baby for your wrongdoings? Shaking my head. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Yo, look at this. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Oh! Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Isanosa, preparing to stand down the Supreme Court, sir. Yo, he cracked his father's back. Oh, it got snapped in half. Look at... Oh, no, don't put the baby away. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard to lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do sciences for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his caban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. Yeah. That word. I'm tired. He was an easy mark. It slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. How many times am I going to have to, like, relive this gunshot? Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. What would they do with the baby? So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett... Oh, of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us! I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency! I almost said executed. I just love the bonk on the head. Indeed. The theft on the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Okay, well we know that's not the steak, so give us the actual steak, Hasanaga, swear to God. This is like what's really troubling. It's like, oh my god, this isn't the steak, it's the other guys. And it's like, oh my god, give us the freaking steak! Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness test might have been answered, see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Oh my god, frick you. No. No, she's not. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Stupid face. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. So let's just head on the desk. Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Sorry. Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Oh my god. I'm gonna have like, my brain's like fried. This is where it gets to the point where we're just like, oh my god. Yo, that's not the steak. I can't remember. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna present the steak.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eaten before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak struck you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Also the fact there was a freaking coin underneath it. So it's like, oh, that's not hers. That's freaking, like, other guy's steak. Because why would the coin, like, if it was underneath her steak, then why would it be there? Oh my god. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Oh my god, for every... Yo, we need to like count every time they say she's a refined gentlewoman or something. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah, in French. Or not French, sorry. In English. Ah, in cursive. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So if the witness, as she claimed, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
I'm losing my mind with this case. I forgot how much I lost it. Hold on. But what is your actual point? I'm sorry if, like... well, actually, no. One, I'm sorry for, like, screaming. Because I went to see, like, how it was. I'm like, oh my god, it's, like, freaking, like, crunchy whenever I scream. I don't know how to fix that. Also, I keep, like, forgetting voices. Because, like, there's, like, a lot more people than other Ace Attorney things. And it's not gonna get any shorter. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Nah. I can't freaking blink because I didn't have PNG. I've heard enough of your irritating little oh my god. Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... Okay. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? I've known this for a while, not just because I played the game, but also because I went through this heck before with my brother. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seemed to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the stake are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? That's not her. Everything, Your Excellency. It even explains the freaking universe, the fabrication of it all. Everything! Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt that who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the courts long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the courts yet. Hasn't been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already, and you say this evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. Oh, believe it. Believe it. We're at 5 hours and 31 minutes. I'm gonna take this all down. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of defense in this trial. Who possessed the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
Hasanaga, please. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hasanaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? Look me in the face, Hasanaga, and think I'm playing around. I'm not. I really ain't. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Yes, we have. And I'm about to eat it. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korikatsu-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer, and you're in the court of law, okay? You can shut your mouth. And you stole a coin, too. You're a thief. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? What's the stake that you put the coin under? In fact, your own stake. Attention! Affirmative! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense! No, it makes perfect sense. You're all stupid. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Do you suggest that your thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire? Great. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, sure you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. His face. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened. When I saw this villain had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. So I said I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I began my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Ido, please get... With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. For a stake? For a coin? All for a coin? Sir! Hasanaga, please give us the freaking stake, I swear to God. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. I'm surprised Hasanaga didn't look at the plate with blood on it and just like, maybe I should bring this. And maybe not the steak that just had nothing on it. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swung on the brass buttons in my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
I know that, like, he was only told to present the evidence that, like, you know, it's on the freaking table, the plate, but I'm still miffed. So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means that he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant. That to preserve evidence you had taken both, and thank God he did. She's just chewing on... Better tear that off. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this one this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Things he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. There's the freaking blood! The blood stain. It's clearly visible! Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there is only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh, That's right, Miss Jessie Brett. It's you! Oh. Yo. Outdone by a Japanese? Me, by a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! The swan's gone feral. Yeah! There's birds! Look at the birds! Oh! God bless this courtroom. Oh, look at the little babies! Not the swanlings! Not her actually going to heaven? WTF. Oh my god. That's like the best breakdown ever. Please, excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Carrere. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no traces of poison will be found in his water. Because Carrere is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I forgot about my PNG tuber not there. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Carrere in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd pick up the gun. Picked up the gun. Gun. Wait a minute. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Well, not yet. So I do want to show one thing after this, because there are little DLC, like little fun cases, and there's one that happens like right after this trial. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Teksuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not the likes of this rookie student! You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten! You've become conceited with your age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that! There goes his top knot. A thousand millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. And that is true. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. I believe go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. I can't speak today. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense... how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Takes Uchi. This court is now adjourned. God, finally I can die. I can now die in peace. Good God. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! I can find... Like, it's that freaking image of the person just, like, breaking those chains. That's just, like, what Ryunosuke is. Like... Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me extra large sukiyaki from the place on University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. It's Sato! Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. He worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant for the Defense. Speaking of Mikitoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it was I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposing the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Masogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirits of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, What's happened to the woman? To Jessie Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jessie Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hasanaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. They can't invoke the consular court just like that! Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making a secret agreement about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial is nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of compunance oh my god, comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should celebrate Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hasanaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Jessie Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. We will never know. Looks at camera. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. We have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. Unlike... I'm gonna lose it. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. In the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hasanaga! Arrange some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court's victory. And your study toward the Great Brain, don't forget. Yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sasato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hasanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. I was trying not to laugh, like, right there with Hasanaga. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And that's the end. See his face! But we're not gonna do that till, like, another time. Ah, yes. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. Yes, we return to the title screen. Okay. I want to show you guys the DLC thing, because it happens like right after this case. It's like a silly little thing, but I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get like a drink. Okay. Now I'm gonna check what's over here. I just looked at this and it's like a shrimp fried this rice and it's like no freaking way. A shrimp fried this rice, holy frick. Yeah, we're going to do like special content. Where is it? Escapades. Okay, so the Rants magazine, episode 1 in the defendant's antechamber. In the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. I'm really gonna have to like make sure my throat is good for this, cause like it's gonna be a lot of tongue twisters. Yeah, okay, so each episode would be like, okay, this has spoilers to X thing or whatever. Had to play the escalated title, episode 1, Defense and Chamber. Includes spoilers about the first game's story. Yes, I would like to continue. Just look at my priceless treasure now! Myself, I have scrubbed and scrubbed! The repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again! But you have it back in your possession, at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you! Excuse me, but I'd just like to get at that, Zabuton cushion there if I could. Ah. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over! Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasure! Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant. Could I just get that button cushion over there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail, never! Match if I did. The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Using the child to protect yourself. Myself, I call that absolute cowardice. Oh, really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic, The only way to find an enemy who's using underhand tactics is with a tit-for-a-tat strategy. Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination! What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Aha! Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal, no. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with seating arrangements of others, Why were you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. You really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report! At once! Have you lost something? Is that it? Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when... I realized that my university pin badge was missing. Yeah, I goofed up. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, for my collar here, you see? Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. Missing badge is unacceptable. I thought I looked around. If I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the steak. A parable of which I'm acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search for now. My search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it! Side-eyes the freaking, like, cadet guy. Don't look at me! I don't just find any old metal objects irresistible, you know. Imagine what would happen if the little trooper idol here was swallowed something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue you with a new one. It's like I'm just thinking like, oh, it's the monkey, just giving the shifty eyes. That's Ryunosuke right now. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes, I don't remember my student's number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face the last time this happened. Yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? You can't even remember who told you that you need to remember it. Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who could remember 6 whole digits? Yuma isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Ryunosuke, it's only 3 digits you needed to remember. Just 3. Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already, before you've even graduated. And such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in one... Wait, I'm having a stroke here. Which I'm about to in like a few minutes. If I can get through this dialogue. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What? By me? This is the first I've heard about it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that! Contestants had to take to the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they choose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hopper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover. Jesus Christ! I forgot about this. This cheeky, wide-eyed no-hopper. No-hoper, not hopper, hoper. There's no hope for this man. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes? What happened at the very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never! You mean you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Ryunosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, applaud our forefathers' plight in the fight for our filial pity? Wait, what? I'm gonna have a freaking... And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. Of course you wouldn't have a problem with it. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well then, I shall. Ahem. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plights in the flights. The fight or the final... It's impossible! It's impossible, for God's sake! The arise, ladies and gentlemen part delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. At that point, I think you should have stopped like at the 30-second mark. 15 maybe. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Heck on earth! Heck on earth. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Is something like that? I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. That final fight or file pity, especially. And ever since that day, I'd had this question whirling around in my head. Why do our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called file pity in the first place. Oh, he's angry. At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up in much there. Hopefully not. Well, anyway, having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words? I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really, what kind of hobby is that? Do you think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. Doing tongue twisters. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. His freaking, I really hate, like, how, like, his, like, headband just still blows in the wind, and it's just like, where's the wind? What wind is there? The power of airbending at its finest. You're right. I really can't. Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swipes silently sideways. Ah yes, even a decrepit tongue in an alien frame such as mine can find its way around that one, and yet I cannot say a simple sentence. I have no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anybody would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift samurai sword. A blabbering mess by word 2. It's not just the samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Aido the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values that Sukiyaki placed on campus. Do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay, as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this, my red Hachimaki headband. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it was always reminding me of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled. But in the end, I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There, word perfect, see? This guy's going to Great Britain? This guy? Honestly, it should be Ryunosuke. I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know, so that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock that you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Huh? It's just as famous as swift samurai swords, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes, red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what's a red pa- Ugh! It seems I've locked some wind out of that headband of yours. Or knocked. Unlocked. What? Knocked. It's not too late, Private. You can always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your hachimaki. Why do so many words have to be so similar? Tis the way of the world. So, looking forward to Great Britain then. We'll have to deliver speeches in court in English. I suppose I can always shell seashells on the seashore. I was like, wait, that's not right. Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah, and there ends that escapade. It's just like a silly little, like, thing. And you kind of get to know, like, how they became friends. Or at least got to know each other. So that's cool. And why, more importantly, why Kazuma has that freaking red headband. Oh, because of a tongue twister he misheard. But yeah, I'm glad y'all were came by to watch. Next stream I'll be doing Hollow Knight. So continuing off of where were we? We were in the sewers. Yeah, we were in the sewers. Yeah, I think for like the next few streams it'll be like a back and forth between Hollow Knight and Ace Attorney. Obviously, like for the next case, I'm going to just do it like probably at like 3-hour mark. For this one, I just wanted to get like, it's like the shortest case. Surprisingly, even though we've been here for like 6 freaking hours. But like the cases will get much longer. So, yeah. So yeah, next stream will be Hollow Knight, whenever that will be. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this stream. Hope you enjoyed like freaking, why isn't that working? Why is my keys not working? There we go. Ryunosuke and mitosis happened on stream. Holy frick. Why isn't that work? Okay, I guess I'm ending the stream off is reading this guy. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I'll see y'all next time.